my window. I can't see it all. Even if I could, it would all be great. There's a picture on my wall. If everyone can see that it's not so bad, it's not so bad. Back in autumn, you must not have got them. There probably was a problem at the post office or something. Sometimes I scribble addresses too sloppy when I jot them. But anyways, what's been up, man? How's your daughter? My girlfriend's pregnant too. I'm about to be a father. If I have a daughter, guess what I'ma call her? I'ma name her Bonnie. I read about your Uncle Ronnie too, I'm sorry. I had a friend who himself over something who didn't want him. I know you probably hear this every day, but I'm your biggest fan. I even got the underground that you did with Scam. I got a room full of your posters and your pictures, man. I like what you did with Ruckus too, that was bad. Anyways, I hope you get this, man. Hit me back, just a chat. Truly yours, your biggest fan. This is Stan. I can't see it all. On the road, I hope you have a chance. I ain't mad. I just think stuff you don't answer fans. If you didn't want to talk to me outside the concert, you didn't have to. But you could have signed an autograph for Matthew. That's my little brother. She heard something about remains. Just said no. So, man, you're like an idol. He wants to be just like you, man. He likes you more than I do. I ain't that mad, though. I just don't like being lied to. Remember when we met in Denver? You said if I write you would write back. See, I'm just like you in a way. I never knew my father neither. He used to always cheat on my mom and beat her. I can relate to what you're saying in your songs. So when I have a day, I drift away and put them on, cause not sure, but just we're getting it as we go. So Mr. Share is not going to be ending the stream anytime soon. We're not going to be about remains. She heard something about remains. So not sure, but just we're getting it as we go. So Mr. Share is not going to be ending the stream anytime soon. We're not going to be
we're staying on until we find out what's going on.
Until we know, because
finally we're getting somewhere, maybe. Do any of you know, on Wells property or in that immediate area, is there a deep body of water? Because I don't think there is. So what would the divers be doing?
there is water. Yes, there is.
Like they got that little creek, but it's not something that you actually divers for.
No, there's a couple of she's actually left. There's a few like ponds.
There's a few ponds, yeah.
One or two of them were searched. But the thing is, what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like they've been watching, and
behind Jody's house there is something.
It'd be somewhere that was searched before. It looks as though if it's true, it remains have been moved around, from my understanding. The place where they're at now has been searched, I believe, 3 times before.
fake stage thing to try and discredit me and my contract, so we can't talk about it. He was really being dumb and thinking like we would all just. There is a part of me that thinks it's true just because of my conversation with Candace.
Yeah. People are saying that Candace sent a video to Caminelli proving no one was there. I said, why the hell would she tell you that they were?
I don't think exactly really looking back either. What?
Everybody's act. Everybody's act.
So,
Everybody's act.
okay. Here's the deal. Ronnie Thompson is there. There is several sheriffs and detectives there. There is also searches happening. Yeah. Oh.
They're called?
No, absolutely. I've been trying to do, but there's a thing going on with two neighbors, and then, yes, it's about summer, and they're going, it's going back and forth and everything right now. And yes, they are there. They're still there. Yes.
Right now.
There are divers that are, I don't know if there's divers today, but yes, divers are going back. I've even heard divers already were there over this past weekend. But yeah, there are things going on, and up until 25 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we were talking back and forth like that with me. And right now, there's no response on their phone. Is going right to voicemail with Dawn. And right now, there's no response on their phone. Is going right to voicemail with Dawn. And right now, there's no response on their phone. Is going right to voicemail with Dawn.
Yep, something's happening right now. We don't know what for sure. But, yeah, buckle up. Something's going down. But Sheriff was in contact with John and Candace, and within the last 20 minutes, they've gone radio silent and had their phones off.
Yeah, I'm talking with a very, a very good, well-known bounty hunter, and she knows a lot, but I'm like, she always gets me shit before everyone else knows.
Blue Moon remains from where I've heard two stories now. I've heard on the Wells property and on a neighbor's property. So we don't know for sure. We don't even know if the word remains found.
It is a favorite bounty hunter in the world. Said she heard something about remains. Favorite bounty hunter in the world. Said she heard something about remains. Favorite bounty hunter in the world. Said she heard something about remains. So,
is there?
Not sure, but just we're getting it as we go. So Mr. Sheriff's not going to be ending the stream anytime soon. We're going to
We're staying on until we find out what's going on.
Until we know, because...
Yeah, finally we're getting somewhere, maybe. Do any of you know On Wells property or in that immediate area, is there a deep body of water? Because I don't think there is. So what would the divers be doing?
There is water. Yes, and there's.
Like they got that little creek, but it's not something that you actually need divers for.
No, there's a couple of few. Actually, there's a few like.
There was a few ponds, yeah.
One or two of them were searched. But the thing is, what I'm hearing right now, it sounds like they've been watching, and
Behind Jody's house there is something.
it'd be somewhere that was searched before it looks as though if it's true, it remains having moved around, from my understanding. The plate where they're at now has been searched, I believe, 3 times before. A fake stage thing to try and discredit me and the contract, so we can't talk about it. He was really being dumb and thinking like we would all just. There is a part of me that thinks it's true just because of my conversation with Candace.
Yeah. People are saying that Candace sent the video to Cabot Alley proving no one was there. So why the hell would she tell you that they were?
I don't think exactly really looking bad either. When's that video from? Like, I don't know. There's, like I said, I don't care for those two people, so I don't care. Because Don even told me a week ago that he didn't care for Cabot Alley. So, I don't know. I don't know what the hell either. They're all saying, you know, talk about their claiming that, you know, and talk about this.
Yeah, this is fake, and it's just fake.
Yep. Like I said, maybe it is, but we'll find out.
Yeah, we don't know what the hell's going on.
Because didn't you text him saying you were done? And bombarded on our podcast that there was something very serious going on Ben Hill Road. I was wondering if you could confirm or confirm or deny, was Candace or Donald Wells arrested today? Okay, thank you so much for your time, sir. So that's not a denial that nothing's going on. They could deny that they were not arrested today, but not deny something's not going on that road. That's what it sounds like to me. So you guys take that for whatever it's worth. There's nothing about the commotion on Ben Hill Road today that I saw from WJHL for today. And what you saw today was already planned to come out today. It's not news today. That shit that was from like yesterday or the day before. I knew that.
So, threat to myself and minor 29 and 14 years old, apparently, whatever, 26, 29, whatever all those numbers are, I don't know. He is still doing so and has continued to do so despite or in spite of a prior one-year order in place. He remains an extreme threat to myself and minor child and the public. Here's Jody Sue Brown calling Andy Bernard a threat to the public, and she's driving their child around with no fucking driver's license. As soon as this expired, by mix-up on Friday, he began targeting the children and myself even more. openly online with a group. Let me see this. Let me get a little closer. With a group on YouTube. What group is this that she's referring to? Why don't you list the group and talk about them? You just talked about this.
You know what's lovely about this one, though? 'Cause look at that. Sometimes you do find a Ryan Miller around here, just left in the way back. Right? A whole Ryan Miller. Ugh, not to be confused with cohort Jen Miller that's been around these streets the whole time. That's why they couldn't give it to it.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey.
How you doing tonight?
How are you?
Doing all right.
Good. Listen, I have a question, and it's a little off the wall, but are you wearing Jody Sue's shirt right now?
Right now?
Right now.
Oh, fuck yes, I am wearing her shirt.
Okay, thank you for that one, because she's already called it out, and, you know, of course you're doing it just to get at her and terrorize her. So,
well, everything everybody does terrorizes her. Nobody
What?
And then you see this is going to fall into a two-part thing. Now, share over there immediately after our abuser did that online and admitted to wearing my clothing, etc. Created a "That's My Shirt" merch line, right? Making fun of the DB, how he was doing it, and blah blah. Right? So she's profited heavily for several years on merch, making fun of my domestic violence, blah blah. And then this, like I said, it's gonna fall into something that happened the other night too, is they're advertising shares merch on my DB. But this was created when somebody handed out order protection. This error got online and admitted blah 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 to abusing me by wearing clothing, etc. And then this pops up again the other night because it looks like Sheriff Stalker there. And others definitely has been watching me, not including our abuser, having people that had no cases in court with us to see what we were saying or doing or to spy on us if we had lawyers. And to hear every word that was being said, it was quite noticeable in court the other day. For those paying attention, I know it was for me. What was going on and what was up, and why certain people were in the courtroom that had no cases, and that they were with Monster. And it was to make sure that if I had lawyers with me or anything else or other people, they could hear every word being said and then fed out. Apparently, YouTube, including Share here, as you can see, and her poor wording on that post, it's been up as a over my head threat for several days. It kind of gave the game away. Alright, so anyway, remember, for several years now, alright, and with her, she's been making money on the abuse of my kids, etc. She thought it's funny after Monster did that on the panel, admitted to doing all that. Judge did not think that was funny. So anyway, now, and remember, AB also created a freaking jigsaw puzzle. I don't know if they do enjoy whatever around here. Alright, and then, let's see. There's something else that was going on here. It was. Oh well. Anyway, but yeah. Like I said, this is going to be a two-parter. One's that this began as soon as abuser got online, gave the orders out, blah blah blah. Got online, admitted to wearing my clothing, etc. Share made sure to make merch on it. $33 pop for a tank top, plus there's mugs, shirts, pants, the whole nine, with my name on them. Now, I don't know what the legalities are for something with somebody's actual name on them, but I'm going to say that's a no. Right? Anyway, yeah. And then the other night, the way this transpired and things they thought they knew, and all this, it's going to come back and bite them. But either way, this being pushed out at certain times, it's fine. We went through it the other night. But yeah. Alright. I'm gonna pop on here for just a second. This is what's apparently occurring now.
Ever want to make damn sure to rush after Court to match a monster like this. Okay? Court because she wants the order of protection because Andy's such a monster, alright? So she's trying to get another order of protection, and he's fighting it. So we will be helping with fundraising for his attorney, which you can trust and believe that, yes, I know and can vouch for. He needs to raise $3,500. This one here keeps lying and raising funds for an attorney that she doesn't have, right?
Have y'all seen me raising money for a lawyer or an attorney lately? Yeah, no. Nope. You've not. Nor have I been. So somebody needs to stop lying.
As of your court date 4 days ago, you do not have an attorney. You're actually trying to find an attorney. Stop lying. Right fucking now.
And, no, I know what attorney I'm going to. I'll figure that out in my own good sweet ass time. But I'll tell you the one that somebody's going for, that I know they're going for because I spoke to them there. It's going to be a real giant conflict of interest. That's all I'm saying. So, I guess do hire it.
Because, girl, like, the shit I know from behind the scenes, Jody Sue, this has to stop. This has to stop. Because I am not going to stop calling it out because you are fucking dangerous. Okay? You are like the Heathers. You are like Single White Female or whatever. Like, all those horror movies, that is Jody Sue. Okay? Scary. Scary as shit. Again, she didn't wear that to court. But Andy did wear that to court.
How you think this one knows what I was or was not wearing to court that day? Well, that stalker is also, like she said, she's been in contact.
She is absolutely obsessed, okay? Quite disturbing. Now, I have not watched her lives. Why? Because I think she's a very dangerous one. She's trying the same shirt as Jody Sue. What is going on? I got all kinds of the screenshots, and I was laughing because I already knew previous to getting those messages because I talked to Andy and Becca, and like I know for certain. Did you guys notice the same shirts on court today?
That's interesting, right? That would imply stalking, harassment, working with our abuser still, and making money off of the domestic violence and our orders of protection still. You're in communication with an abuser with orders of protection in place. Let me make that clear. They are in place. Okay. Who's disseminating information and knowledge and stuff to you in order to harass me and to raise money. Like you've not made enough money in this group on the domestic violence perpetrated against I and Little. Mind you, the other day, our abuser's sitting there where she's making fun of I and Little and comparing my little one to Norman Bates, which also falls into the stalking, harassment, a little alt accounts nobody should know about, and a few other things. And language used by certain Daryl Jacobs / Hatter while harassing our children and the Daryl Jacobs Green Eyes character for so many years it's harassed all of us, including Monster and his family, using the same bait terms. Yeah, I showed them to you the other day. Yeah. Right. So, I don't know. And then remember, the Green Eyes Hatter character comes back to a certain bounty hunter. You know, she trusts it's on there being used also as a slay thing. Yeah, buddy. Real interesting, isn't it? Type of harassment one woman is perpetrating against another and making money on her domestic violence and selling merch on it for several years. So it's making sure money to continue to do this. Look what she's done to Dawn and Candace in their domestic violence situation as well for years, and how she enjoys continuing it. Either way, wait for it. Here's the fucking shocker. Alright, here's the shocker. Oh, this shirt she's raising hell about. And I'll tell you, Little's right over here. Shirt she's raising hell about is a Little shirt. I have the receipts for it. It was bought weeks ago. I bought my Stitch. Little picks that one out. That's Little's fucking shirt, bro. I came in, I changed to uncomfortable clothing. It's a Little shirt. And also the lineup, you see, that evoked from this and a torchlight and a pathway of information as certain folks added themselves in what they're doing. See, some things aren't meant for monsters. They're meant for tragedy pimps. Harassing, stalking ass tragedy pimps. Who think they're onto something, but actually give themselves away. Because they think wrongly certain things are about other things when actually they're not. They're about tragedy pimps and hunting them. Either way, that's a Little shirt. I just want to make that clear. I think the shirt's whatever, but I got a Lilo and Stitch. Little got that one. Still got the receipt for it. It's quite a few weeks ago. But apparently they think I just magically poof up shirts. And there's also a difference in having the same, probably all from Walmart type clothing, as opposed to having another person's actual shit on, not just in one life, but every life, and at court and in court settings. For months and years. And then a woman online who is convicted of animal torture, leaving her kids behind in the U.S. as she fled from stalking, harassment, and violating those things, orders of protection of her own, to Canada so she wouldn't be heckin' caught. It all has a flavor on it, as she's made money for several years on evoking and gaslighting violent acts, and Dawn to beat Candace while she stood there and helped and abused Candace. Make no mistake, Cher has abused Candace emotionally, mentally, and gaslit situations for Dawn beating. She is now using her abuser. It's been long-term contact, but now it's out in the open to target. She's made a fortune on the domestic violence perpetrated against us. Our orders are here. The whole group has. It's always between these dates, and she's wanting to advertise that merch again she made. And we knew this would happen after the other date. Abuser's gonna need a shit ton of money. Like I said, for a lawyer, that's gonna be a conflict of interest. Oh, a big giant one. But I guess we'll talk about that when we get there next time. And made sure to bring folks of them to court or have them there placed behind us, to where anything said, done, little, anything like that would be repeated back to him and them. That was pretty dirty, if you ask me. But what's different about that right now? These same people placed at my brother's funeral as well and other shit, so it doesn't take a super genius. Anyway, yep, but I'm the sick one. I'm the one that's out there, right? Now, I'll tell you what's insidious is an abuser using a group like this for several years to do its dirty work and to continue abuse that we've been under for so long, that it profits off of here. And that, as you can see, merch sales and such profits all the creators and others trying to use the whole bullshit and chaos of it to overshadow summer and to get the eyes off of certain folks where it probably ought to be, instead of all of us. And all this bullshit. But see, making it about us has always helped keep eyes off of where it belongs, does. Exactly. You get the game now? I mean, monsters, certain ones, they don't care. I'm more worried about that mask and continue to be able to abuse us while out in public acting like they're innocent and not. And there's enough evidence. And I don't know what home slice over's talking about in the background, but they ain't nothing going in the background because I don't play patty cake with none of you. Ever. Never have, never will. Not out in the open, not in the back. I don't play games like that. So you can keep that background nonsense to yourself. What I do know is it shows clearly that you're being used and information is being disseminated to you to harass us and to target us and to raise money. For an admitted loan abuser and to say that I'm sick or anything else. So to make this about me, much like y'all make it just about the Scream instead of the Flash, the door, the this, that, the other on June 15th, because you want to concentrate on the Scream and say I'm found it, but you forget about the rest. You forget, you're like, oh, Jody, she was in the creek, but you leave out the fact that there's another person searching with me the whole time, right? Because, well, it's hard to feed it to the public as, Jody Sue sus if there's actually somebody with me the whole time, right? So you leave that part out. What you want to leave out here is that this person has beaten and abused me, has saved me, emotionally, mentally fucking abused me, medically abused me, and he's also mentally, emotionally, and physically abused children. He's admitted to these things. He is not just a woman abuser, he's a child abuser. Admittedly so, with proof out here. So him and the others and everybody's going, you can only do this so long, shake a cage and a bear and whatever else. But here's the deal, what did the children do to deserve it? What do they still deserve to be done the way they're being done and everything? Especially while, continues to be little, it seems to be targeted by all the group. It's been around for several years because it was able to wedge back into another one of our children just weeks after being released from it. So, and get back in around for money purposes of the group. But what did the children do to deserve it? What kind of cage did they make? What they do to deserve it? Hanging out with groups online, making fun of their names, targeting them, falsely trying to take them, all these other things. What did they do? What they do deserve hands laid on them, especially on their birthdays? I think I showed you receipts for that, where he beat our eldest on his birthday, and he was a minor. What did he do to deserve that? Cage did he rap? And what did animals throughout the years do to deserve it? Are the kids sick because they wanted away from it too and still do? Protected from it, let be go free. And they know the truth here and what's really happening and what they lived with and survived. And what is it? So y'all go on ahead and you support and own. Woman abuser all you want, pretend it's Depp and her, you forget. Go ahead and forget if you want. And it also abuses children and animals. Wear the t-shirts and merch for that. You can't deny it. It's in its own words, it's in the children's words, the calls, all the things throughout all the years. There's proof and evidence of it. It's a known and admitted child abuser as well. So, shirts be damned, how do you explain it? I am and will continue to try to keep myself and my children safe. And to stop this and the tampering courts for the group as they raise money for someone who's only interested in being here, or who knows what, but for greed and to abuse openly while people try to stay safe from it. they're clearly using people and disseminating information to them to further target and harass us online. Anyway, I'll be back. Yeah. Sorry, guys. I had some family related late night stuff to take care of, and then somebody decided to, when they seen me out here, to stop in the road and do whatever. Anyway, so took care of all things are well. Is what it is right now. Dear. Anyway, poor glasses. Yeah, was wearing too bright of a hoodie, and they could see me moving in the dark. Did a thing. Sat there, wondering funny. Anyway, it is what it is. Alright, so carrying on. Oh, my glasses. I don't know. You ever have those, like, what did I get on? So I think where we're at is actually Little shirt. Um, Little finds this shit absolutely stupid as hell. It's like, whatever. I find it stupid as fuck. Uh, really, my eyes and ears were on the person trying to speak to me that did some foul ass shit around my brother's funeral. It happened to be behind us, but never had a court case heard, but was piling around monster things during, but conveniently sat right behind us and tried to talk to me like I'd forget what went on. But they were placed there on purpose to see or hear every word going on, where I was in the court, you know what I mean? That's all it was. So I found that a little disturbing. But there was people seemingly planted by monster around us in that court setting and stuff. And either way, if they weren't, they were definitely going in and out together during the court thing. And I know anything overheard had I had a lawyer with me at the time, or little, would have been shot right back to Monster and its helpmate. Much as the purpose, because that person was not sitting there when I first got in. They chose the seating that they were at. And that, I also have the recordings and all kinds of pretty things they were doing for Monster around my brother's funeral. Should really tell anybody anything. I need to know about what was actually going on in that court the other day. So yeah, I'd say there's something real rotten in Denmark, and it ain't Jody Sue, so there's that. I guess all the helpful stalkers forgot to take pictures of all that, or know the nuances of who was sitting where, what, when, why, how, and just vanished with nothing heard, and then made jokes about order of protection to my face being jokes. Yeah, it's pretty funny. While I was in a court setting, they're besties with certain monster and have been for decades. I'm also very friendly with that storage unit in place. Same one. It seems to keep coming up around here. Yep. A little odd that. Very friendly with that last owner, eh? One is a little twitchy. Had folks living inside of certain things and people shit getting going in exchange for. Oh, yeah. Doing funky credit card shit and everything. Well, you see the calls and recordings and all that and pretty police reports shit, man. It's something to hold. It's weird much things connect around here. Some of us know how these things connect, though. It's different, isn't it? I'm sick of the bullshit. Sick of an abuser running around acting like they're doing nothing while they're definitely doing things. And have been each and every time with this group and otherwise, and behind the scenes and in front of them and everything else, plus their real life. And even before public was going to be violated on its behaviors and pretend accounts and looking for little and I and doing the same just a couple months ago. I'm sick of it. Let's do what it's always done for so many decades. But either way, you can make what you want of what was levied at me by throughout the decades. But no way in hell can you excuse its hands or the abuse of the children at its hands and words and things or by its own parents towards them and itself and everything else and that tree apple thing. You can't excuse all that. There's no excuse for it. You can't say, oh, they rattled the tree. They did something. They did nothing. They did not a damn thing to deserve any of that. They want to be safe of it. At least, when it's failed to get hands back on. And despite this group ain't its best things, and now it torments for several years in a row, and the group makes sure to torment for it. Notice that? And it's become about little every year during these months especially. And how, Anna and all them and Keys and like the first ones our abusers with laid in really heavy on little Jenny and Adrian, all their bullshit, Penny and all that. Each cycle, they do that. And it's little they're going after. Like Green Eyes. We're recording from earlier today. The Green Eyes stuff that links sort of back to Sharon, her favorite bounty hunter, and Penny's favorite ones and all that too during the sleigh thing. Yeah, well. Each group, each time. And look what this one's doing lately, trying to once again insinuate. Like the Green Eyes recordings, right? That little had something to do with just like Anna and them did and all those before they got access to properties and things. It's mad at little. All of the rest just be left alone, cut free. Stay away from us, everybody we know. Let us go. There's no difference in my voice being here than it was on all social media and everything else. For all the time I was under abuse and social media existed. I was always open about it. There's no difference. The only difference is there's profit to be made here and further abuse of us to be made here. And for this group to pay it handsomely for trying to get hands on little or to destroy, it's profiting off of it. That's it. And then pretending that it's not what it is. And I don't care who you are out there, you can excuse, try to shoo away what was done or what is done to me by that thing. Because you didn't live it, you don't know, and you have no idea what it is. No idea, but I do. You can do what you like with that situation. What you cannot deny is that it is also a child abuse. And animal abuse. It's like all those things do to deserve that. Nothing. And that it's using someone now that has all these animal torture charges, stalking, harassment, fleeing the U.S. to get away from. It's like, y'all remember the Billy Joe? It couldn't even possibly come back down here after raising all that money to come down here how many times? It couldn't have come back down here just like it didn't come back down here for 2 of its tossed off litter kids because it has warrants here in the U.S. That's why Mark had to come get those kids. So, talking about she wants to there and lie saying I've raised lawyers' funds, which I have not done. Not been doing, and those were not related to home slice. Now storage stuff and everything, and of course, sure, but nope, not a lawyer, not yet anyway. Other things recently that went on had to do with other people doing the same thing her and the abuser did, but for years long harassment by Bones as well. We all know this. So, and it wasn't for a lawyer either. So she's the one that's lying. Oh dear, excuse me, and giving out narratives and everything else. I'm tired. But this is a woman who enjoys watching other women being abused, and who I believe, if I'm correct, was her female partner that she did that other stuff to. There's just something about this one. She enjoys other women being abused. And she enjoys, like she did Dawn and Candace and others, she enjoys domestic violence, and she enjoys watching it being enacted and being able to gaslight situations. She is tampered and Summers everything. She's one of the worst here. She has the Canadian buffer A, and then, the tech and laws buffer, but considering she links back to some of the worst stuff done in and around, and the worst hoaxes and all this there, but, and I wouldn't even say hoaxes, they were targeted, right? Things at others. This one's a special piece of work, y'all. It's the reason I never have anything to do with it, still won't. But, I'm not gonna play its game, I'm not gonna play in the triggered stuff, blah blah. And part of this main mistake is being distracted and whatever, and to try to let off calls and say and blah blah, and I ain't got no need. And I'm not gonna be distracted, I'm not gonna play this game with it. So teenage and ridiculous and stupid and drama and tit for tat. I'm not gonna do that either. It can stand there and make more money because, as you can see, the merch rolling for years now. After Monster came on and made fun of abusing us out in the open this year, it's had merch up, making money on my domestic violence. Domestic violence pays for it, much like it gaslighting Candace and Dawn, and I watched her. I heard her abuse Candace herself, mentally and emotionally, and the whole world did as well. I heard it from behind the scenes living there. It's sick. It's fucking sick. It's fucking sick out in the open. What she's doing with ours is fucking sick. She wants to talk about somebody that's sick. It's her and her family tree. Daddy of hers that burned a child to death. Mom ran back in. Saved her child. And then the whole family and other siblings got to listen to him burn to death. One of the worst ways on this earth to die. She props up over like it's something, ain't it? How's that guy giving y'all advice too? Because he's done his time, huh? There ain't enough time in the fucking world for that type of crime. There's like some death chambers for that, though. This woman has perpetrated hoaxes with others to target myself and 125 and the property, saying Summers remains there. Did it with a straight face, knowing what she was doing. She has targeted us out of the gate. Alright? And she is not let off. She's put out everything goofball wise you can imagine to keep attention with. You know what I mean? She is the chaos and the bad thing that worms around Summers everything while they blame all of us for speaking it. No, it's that shit right there. It's those creators like her. What they do in and around and how far they go in our lives, and look what she's doing now. You cannot say they're inserted in areas they do not belong in. Never have belonged in. They have nothing to do with Summer. Only in the fact that they want to annihilate me for breaking down half their cons, crimes, how far they've gone in their life, how fast it seems to be that the attention and voices they're unable to silence, but then are getting across the state and otherwise. Look how fast they're pushing back against Dolly and him again here in Tennessee. Though I called it the other day with Dolly and I told you what they were trying to do, the Cajun Navy thing. And look what happened. They got a game plan, boy, play by play, and it's almost the same every case. Um, and I've seen a piece, some sort of an expose coming on Dolly, right? Thing is, even they've got it wrong, in a way, about, the incident in front of Quentin Simons, Leilani Billy Joe's. Everybody forgets that recording with Bullhorn was released, where Bullhorn admits her and Cher working together, but the public and what you all see is that they're both on the opposite sides. Cher's all for Leilani Billy Joe, and fuck the tragedy pimps outside your door, right? Fuck Bullhorn, but the call shows you that they're actually working together. And actually the plan, in the back, from what we see, was actually, to gaslight her and get it to a peak before, the ground crew hit. Bullhorn, Justin, Mallory, Dolly, etc., right? And then to get a physical altercation somehow between Leilani and Billy Joe. Well, that didn't work. It seems maybe cops got wind of time they got them out or away from whatever, as I recall. And then all they really had was Dolly to light off the thing, and then to go at it with that paid goofball near car Eileen that ended up getting arrested in another case. They pull out crazies like that, right? And then, of course, Dolly gets charged in the line or whatever for whatever the hell it was, but they had to have something happen, right? And then you have rap with the clown, and then that is when you start having, because they're losing views, because, well, at that point, they're only tragedy pimps and the provocateurs, and then they're like, fuck, we're gonna have to break off and pretend half of us against each other, right? And then that's when you have the lockdowns and the raps as they begin to pick up that whole anti-tragedy pimp bullshit, right? So then that way they have a triangle now. They just do that, while they're all actually still one and the same. It's pretty gross, but it is what it is. But that's when they started that. But yeah, um, they've tried for quite a few years to silence some of us by doing this to us. A woman speaking out about her DV this year, trying to save other lives. And, such, just as she's always done. It's nothing new. Be different, maybe, if it were new, but honestly not in my view. But I've spoken out on social media as long as it's been happening. It's been public, just as the abuse levied against me for all the time. From the first time I was ever hit as a child, as our abuser was an adult, it's been in public. It loves public settings. Now, what happened at home is far worse, but still, enjoyed that type of shit. Here, it's having a field day with less property while it pretends that I'm the bad guy. Not. And it doesn't care if this group actually they wanted little because of the witness thing, and they've already managed to annihilate, get their hands on, rip away other children around Summer's life. And to fuck with them in that way. And they would really like to take Little out as a witness, to discredit, to discard, whatever, and to get hands on. And even someone that threw her off court anyway and laughed about everything else. First, out of the gate, and I have thousands of messages of throughout the years. Nah, I don't want them. You keep them. Wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for you anyway, blah, blah. They can talk to you whenever, he doesn't care. But now money's involved, and it cares. A whole heck of a lot. Right, that's when it started caring. But then it also sits around people whoever your torment and little notice that's really what it's been about for several years. Every time. And that's what this one's been doing as well. with little posts about the Bates thing and this area. Yeah. Among other things. Pretty sure it's hint and knowledge that certain someone stalking should be unknown profiles and things for others, but that are no longer used. Haven't been in quite a while, but that shows me maybe how long they've been stalking, much like Smiley over there, and others that we've asked. And that's the thing, that's been happening before we were public too. How far these people have gone into our lives while proclaiming we're some of the issue, but having done so from the night summer vanished for weeks and months after before we were ever public, while others in that road and otherwise were all disseminating our personal information and behind the scenes and otherwise. But the way in which these people are already databasing us, talking about us, getting info on us, all this other stuff, and digging into our lives and our families and everything else and figuring out ways to manipulate or to watch us or to stalk us or stalking the children already in their profiles and all this. It's gross. There's, there's bounds, and then they're like, oh, but look at it being history. It's insane. There was never a need in it. There's not a need in it now. You are not better than the feds, and trust me when I tell you, the feds have the equipment and whatever else to do whatever they need to keep tabs on us day and night and know everything we've ever done in our entire fucking lives and probably will ever do. No tragedy pimps required. No goofballs and armchair Karens and everybody else stalking and doing whatever and YouTubers and true crime sleuths. What's sick is trying to flip DV stuff to hurt harm survivors while you pretend to be advocates over it. What's sick is continuing to abuse, traumatize, scare, terrify children of those environments, and not let them know through safety, have any recourse to let them be fully free of it, and to call yourselves fucking advocates or mention the names Petito or Harmony Montgomery. And I'm sorry, I know she's no longer supposed to be known as Montgomery. Her mama doesn't want her known as. So Harmony. How dare you? How dare any of you throughout these years as you've watched this unfold? And to know that it's really the chaos created by these creators in order to hide what eyes and light should really be on. Yes, TV matters. Yes, it was obvious that it was happening on both hills. It does matter. It plays roles in all this. However, making such a shit show out of and pretending that, and to do that, and it was a way to insert in mine and little and else and everybody else's life in my phone because they couldn't get near me, couldn't get everything from me about the summer, this, the other, couldn't speak. They had no access to us, and they still don't. When only ones who won't really meet with them. I don't play patty cake with them in the background. I don't, I've seen messages where abusers are like, oh, do this. Y'all seen it in front of the world being like, yeah, go watch that hit channel for JSB and this here direction and do that. You've never seen me do that on balance. You've never seen me do any of that. You've never seen me sit with Carrie going, oh yeah, I'm doing this on purpose to get at your beauty. Nope, because it's never happened. Hell, even during it's wedding weekend, you know what I was doing? Now this video is private these days, but I told these tragedy pimps otherwise because I knew they were trying to enact shit and set up shit and chaos during that few days period, right, between everybody. And I was like, nope, not gonna do it. Turn off everything, not gonna be part of this. You aren't gonna use me to fuck with their wedding events or anything else. So la 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 la. And just shut down all the bullshit, so they could be left in peace. We protected them in their wedding stuff and everything else, and other times when we warned about green eyes and other things so that, you know, people know what to look for. All this didn't have to do any of that. That's not something you see our abusers doing, it's protecting. While still, like, it's not. I've been known for it. It's just like I'll speak about the truth, which is that I don't think, obviously that it had anything to do with some of it. A lot of these DV pieces I've put out don't even have anything to do with it. But it's so short-sighted it can't see them. The reason a whole lot's blocked out in this here is because at one point around here it did say it needed to see pictures. I was hoping maybe it'd see those things and it would shake pieces loose for it and it'd be able to connect some dots for something there. But it can't see them that way. And then it occurred to me, well, thing is though, even if it did shake loose something for it, not an aha moment, I'd probably just sell it off to YouTube for the police. Where it belongs. You can't grasp that I've even protected that. Well, I've been here speaking out as well about the DV and everything. I can't grasp that, but, that it and its creed and everything else and being paid to abuse, all these things, that it's actually, all the things for years have been, being rather short-sighted and not caring that its entrance was enabled a bigger shit show. I guess all of us did in a way, but that right there gave this group years worth of shit to use it with and for and create extreme amounts of everything and keep a lot away from and just an astronomical amount of shit it shouldn't have. It enabled the DV to be a fucking show and a way to try to get near and tamper with Ian Little and Eldest as witnesses and to try to get near us via family, all these things. It can't grasp that concept. Or maybe it does, it just doesn't care because it has fed out a whole lot and obviously talked certain people into being pulled into discords or talking people that even it didn't like and all this other stuff and helping insert these tragedy pimps in my family and everything else to where kids in our family cut off from and can't trust anybody around all this, it's a hell of a tactic by this group and an abuser, But same thing I've lived through before. When I've left, it's what it does too. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. No support system. Same thing. Just a bigger level with it helping these tragedy pimps insert around and to get to me or get information from me or stuff filtered back to them through what they thought family members that would have a lot. But they didn't. They didn't, they won't, and they never will. And then to get hands on Little so that she might have, and guess what? She doesn't hold what I hold either. And there's no way that she could even put together the things. I hate to tell you, I know y'all think, oh gosh, Little's right here with me all the time as I'm speaking. Nah, y'all been wrong the whole time and you'll continue to be wrong. It's like you tell me what good all that crap the other day being offered out, put out about court, and having people sit by me, all this other crap. What's that for? Is it helping tragedy pimps find summer? Hashtag summer, no justice, no peace. Is that helping? No. All it's doing is trying to use someone further to harm I or to discredit or to take me out as a witness or whatever. And that's been occurring since before Republic. And just like it has around others that seem to matter around Summer's case. And that should really concern the whole fucking world on why that's being done. It's a question I keep coming back to. And the longer I keep coming back to it, the longer it's starting to really, you can only go two ways with that, man. There's only certain reasons certain people play in that game to do that type of shit. Now, these tragedy pimps have their own, on top of that, which is, Scamathon Forward and some of us ferreting out the crimes and how extreme they go in real life and what they do. But I think that's becoming quite apparent to law enforcement officials, others across the country, communities, etc. As you can see, they're pushing back quick and hard, which is why Dolly's home crying about it now. And others, so I hope that trend continues. These people want everyone, obviously silenced for a reason, but they also still do indeed want shit from us about Summer that I'm not going to give and will never give. There's some things that need to remain always unsaid for Summer's benefit. Our case, the protection of law enforcement agencies, other witnesses, the way in which it just, because we may say a lot, but there's still a whole lot that some of us do not say. And for all I say, y'all hear that, oh, she sits there for hours and mumbles. No, I might, but there's a whole lot I have not said and will not say. There are big pieces I can give that can shine light back where it needs to go and get the earth to break open, but without really, I think, harming anything. And I think that light's always needed to be sort of directed there instead of on stupid shit with abusers and monsters trying for all their own evil things to fuck up shit. I think it's why I've been struggling so much lately. It's like light needs to go back where it needs to go instead of on monsters and abusers and tragedy pimps and bullshit. But it's what these tragedy pimps will inevitably do with it. Is the problem. I've needed to come on the last few days, do things, release things, as I said I would. And the last few days I've been like, these continued move posts are like also sort of threat over the head. We're going to continue to use Monster and do this for Monster if you dare try to put light back or you release it. Basically what that sort of is a threat, much like that one does to Dawn in case anybody else displeases or won't come to heal. And I'm like, I ain't your bitch. So I didn't know we're gonna work, but see, I'll just carry on. It's been years of this place using our abuser. It's really all y'all got, right? Our abuser and threats to my children. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. Rinse, repeat. Now I got something brand new in the bag. Done with it. But their views are so low lately, it might actually behoove myself and everything else. Even with what they're trying to get off Sebastian's and all these others and Seth's and whatever, it ain't working out well for them, it seems. Still pretty low by standards. If given anything new, it might revive or re-spark their bullshittery and allow them to latch back on. So it might actually be best that I give it a few more days till a lot of them burn out, where they're not even in algorithms anymore, no matter what they try to pick up and do with this piece. And they can't get really a toehold again, but come out with things after that. And nobody's going to pay attention to their goofbaggery or trying to claw their way back up and use these pieces now. Probably in a nefarious, no good, awful, bad way. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't know. I may give them a few days to flounder about and lose some more subs and views and people to turn away from them. And they're not really be big in the algorithms as they were, where they can do the least amount of damage. And they can't claw their way back in or reignite their bullshit around summers every day. But those who care know will see, and at least some of the reality will be seen. So, yeah. They always do make a mishmash, to where, I was like, do I, don't I, do I, don't I? And that one over there is very, very hungry and thirsty. I'm just gonna make that clear. And I don't think lightning is ever gonna strike Ford again after its shenanigans and what it's been doing in the last, I don't know. Well, Summers and Quentin's for sure. I just don't think lightning will ever strike for that again. I think it's time when the sun is done. But it is clawing, isn't it? And see, they care about things like I just want to make sure that some of these can never come back, even under other names and other whatevers, not be called out in other cases for what they are and what they've done, and that they're not pushed back against instantly. And I think, I and others, I think, in other cases, I think, I've helped make that so for a few. They'll never, ever, I don't care how many pieces they want to hide away. I don't think that anywhere online that they go, any other cases they try to insert in this year, I don't think they will ever not be called that court followed. Even by the anti-tragedy pimps right in this year, and everything regurgitated and thrown up, and in that way, they'll never get out from under what they've done. And a whole hell of a lot of what they've actually done behind the scenes, and how far they've gone in these cases, a whole hell of a lot is still not known to the public world, but I'm sure is known to the feds, law enforcement, courts, and will eventually come fully out. And I'm hoping to see a whole hell of a lot of it come out to where these people are then pulled out in the open in front of their communities, their own children, their husbands, their wives, their churches, their water coolers, their jobs, their PTAs, and they're absolutely just met with disdain. And that, man, it's like you can't really help, And then eventually a whole bunch of these people and their little players and little cretins are charged from fed to state levels, held civilly responsible for and that way it creates a wave, tsunami, if you will, and shines a light, and is an example for what I'm. I created this channel to hunt them and to stop them. Those who know the truth know this. It was spoken freely on Facebook, and that I would speak out about DV, like I would always done on all my social media stuff, and try to help others in that way, and to speak when and where I chose about something. But I made the hop over here to hunt tragedy rooms, and what they were doing, and how far they'd gone, and how far they go. And well, years later, I told them. I was never dishonest about that. I said, well, I'm making the hop. I told them when they started, and I figured out what they were, and it became quite apparent, blatantly clear what they were and what they were up to. A whole lot of regards. Within just a few days, coming in full contact with some of them, and outing it that they could do right, or I could hunt them to the ends of the earth. They still don't like me. I fear we're never going to be friends. And they're just going to go to any lengths to annihilate me, break me, kill me, get me murdered. Like they've all promised outright in the open. All the bad things, they've all been done right out in the open. For entertainment purposes only, of course, right? Indeed, man. Filings are not liars, and that had nothing to do with our abuser. It had to do with last bullshit, phones and lambda, whatever. And same thing, really, that Abuser and Sharon, Abuser and Jenny and Gavin P. Only, it's systematic, really, after they come into contact and when certain things taking place. Permissions given. Looks like Piper and him. And the way back, and then to Jenny and Adrian. And some things are just hard to deny, And they get past and skirt around, especially when they continue to happen. Certain dates, times, creator after creator, group, handlers, type of thing. But anyway, yeah, I don't know what to. But either way, so far, I'm not raising money for a lawyer. Trying to do that all on my little own things. I'm also at the same time trying to make steps for little and I to be fully free, no matter what. And to leave this to Abuser Masterland, because ain't nobody got time for this place no more. And free's free, man. So it's time to, move forward. They can try this boxing shell they want, but little I need away from here, and that's playing, and hopefully very soon. But man, I was harassed. This dude just left the fuck alone. That's it. It's one of those go enjoy the new life, have fun, blah blah blah. Do whatever. cut all contact, all ties, leave us be. That's it, man. For good. That's it. But you can't insert in and around us and then help tragedy pimps do so and then do so behind the scenes for years and pretend your hands are clean and that you ain't doing all those things, you know? And then pretend to play, like I'm the big bad wolf. I ain't. It's the thing about monsters and abusers and, like, these tragedy pimps and shit. They like their masks on. They don't like the truth being spoken. They do love abuse and profit, especially out in the open, don't they? And mindfuck people into thinking that's not what being done. No, the sky is fucking orange. Sky is whatever. Grass, whatever. What you're seeing here is not what you're seeing here. Used to a lifetime of it. A lifetime of it, and I'm awfully exhausted. But and I wish I could remember how he used to say this, but it was just, he'd look at me or others, he'd be like, "You just don't have any quit in you." You know? And I don't mean that in ego term. I can just hear my pap. I see him saying it, and I forget the exact way he said it, but it was something like that. I would say more stupid, tenacious junkyard dog type thing. I couldn't see him grinning at me when he'd say it. Pretty often, but he usually knew my shenanigans were good, not bad, when I didn't have any quit in me. So there was usually a grin accompanied with it when it was said to me. And I guess, nothing ain't wrong. I know when a tragedy pimp 12,000 give you a heart attack, you kind of know that's what's happened. You can't move, you can't even get up. You know that's it. You're done, man. You can't get back up. You lay there for a couple days. Can't even open your eyes. Every time you go in that, you're like, that's it. You're just in the darkness, really floating around. But you get back up and you walk that off too. After a couple of days, right? No medical intervention needed, sir, until they're later in the hospital. Like, I guess I remember when that happened. Tragedy pimps gave that gift to me, just like they did my grieving mother. That was as they were extreme cycling with our abuser behind the scenes too. Same time of year. But I hear that man's voice saying, get up, get the fuck up, get up, you gotta get up. Same way you tell the bulls or cattle, like, man, get up. And I knew when I heard that if I didn't, it was done. And I somehow forced it, and then went to walk it off. Finally, after, almost 2 days. And then because it was such extreme cycles, I had to come back on air and pretend all was well. Nothing was wrong. Because they, like any good abusers and monsters across the world, they smell blood and it's over. Or they would pick up around here as far as stalking or medical stuff or that goes. It's just like my brother's funeral. I hear him talk shit about that. Oh, she was on live yet, so this place wouldn't get really wind of a whole lot of things happening around my brother's services, and they'd leave my family lines there. If I came in here and acted fine, it would lessen what we were going through and what my family had to go through, and nothing extreme around services, hopefully, because we had hacking going on, meth fins and stuff that are related back to Jenny and Adrian and Michelle Walks and all the others. They were allowed in Jenny and Adrian's little groups. All the things, right? Much like I sat here with all my other uncles and those who's passed. Even in the past few months. And y'all had no clue. Because if you had, and I'd mentioned it, these people have been all over everything, terrorizing everybody around all these things. Trying to get in to those to get around us that are no people or whatever to try to get info on. It's here because somehow that would solve Summer's case, right? When that's not it. I just want more to feed on. And so there's a whole ton of these days that I've been here in front of you going on for hours. They weren't so good that you have no idea what was actually going on back here in our real life. There have been a whole lot of days I've stood there and act like everything's normal when they are so far from not. And in my own way, that distracts the tragedy pimps. But they don't know when and where and whatever. But if I sit here and think, well, no use in that many this, that, or the others. If she's visible, then there's nothing to. There have been days I've come on here for reasons. Um, I had to pretend to play in their bullshit or be baited this year because it gave entertainment. Well, it was giving entertainment. And they were sort of distracted away from other things going on in the community or otherwise. Sometimes there's been a great deal, many things that all these hours here have been used for. To keep these people from insulting or terrorizing or harming others inside of this community or families or events or funerals or medical situations or whatever. To keep others safe. Mm. Anyway, what I do know is that this place is a feeding ground for monsters, for terrible human beings, for predators. Prey upon those with real hearts around some of the worst events in people's lives, the worst days of their lives. They feed these predators on it all. They profit on it. They harm real hearts, real people of character, with real compasses that sway at least semi in the right direction, because we all have, I guess, our own versions. There's no, but then also I've come to realize over these years that there are a whole bunch of people here that watch and are clearly aware of these creators, strategy pimps, that they are predators. And there are a whole lot of predators inside of these chats, members, discords, all this and other, all of their own ilk. And they enjoy watching the big predators feed, and they feed too inside of these places. And they enjoy and salivate over damage done, and people's worst days, and blood and remains, and little ones' autopsy photos being sold off behind paywalls, and teenage girls' remains being showed being pulled out, and knowing where this, knowing that, and how much, they just want to see the pain driven in. They want to see the shares gaslighting, abusing, and abusing DV while they all hashtag Petito, hashtag Harmony, hashtag Summer, hashtag whatever, and they throw up whatever colored heart or hashtag they think matters at the time, and they get to yell and participate in the abuse too, because hell, look what half of these goofballs do. Somebody around one of these cases speaks at me, and they're always in chats, these stupid questions and these absurd accusations, and just hammering down a whole bunch of gross, evil, nasty shit that should never leave anyone's mouth or be directed at others in and around anything. Especially when you don't even inkling yet as to who's responsible or not, and it's always the same. It's like a bunch of fucking piranhas bred with a bunch of hyenas, bred with a bunch of narcopaths. It's the real hearts and the real people here. It's the real families, victims, survivors, fighters, communities, law enforcement that have sided it. And that I fight and use my voice for. Try to keep the spotlight on. So change may come, so that eventually and hopefully this has stopped. Predatory nature of these things has stopped. It's not normalized any further into society than it already is. The 24-hour entertainment news fucking junkie outlets can't have symbiotic relationships anymore, and so that inevitably you don't see the whole nation and its justice system being screwed with in ways to where, like, or your rights across the nation being impeded or tamped down on because of those like Bullhorn, JLR, Olivia, MGL, and White Boy Lockdown like in Petitos and Floridians were. Because that's what you're going to face. And if you pay attention to Turtle Boy and Delphi and how far they're going, and look what seemed to be purposefully done with AWP when all that come back, like, and in court settings, I'm sure there's money flowing there. For sure. Look at it. So I just keep speaking. What else do you do? Just not. You wait for somebody else to do it. You hope somebody else comes along to do it. I ain't that type of person. And these people very much are capable of destroying your lives, your careers, your reputations, setting you the fuck up cold as hell, coming after your kids. It's why so many have went silent before, still go silent. It's why you got fake lawsuits being held over people's heads. It's why you got certain abusers being propped up in this area, because like that's their only hope, everyone, and these people are capable of all that. You've seen it done, not to just us, and continue to be done to us, but in many others, over many cases, and in summers, it's been done quite a few times. With surrounding and and thing. Like, this shit's dirty, dark, and deep, man. And then look what they do with the other creators who they think might tell or won't do whatever, won't access, or they hold too much, Jesus has set up for all the other creators and tampering with and destruction of their lives and pushing at them and things so that they won't tell, so that they won't turn, so that they're discredited, so they're set up, so they're sitting in jails, like a few of them, huh? Some of them got their kids tampered with their level. Oh yeah, you ain't getting that's coincidence. It ain't. That's what's terrifying about this group. How far they will actually go real life. Hide their criminal bullshit, how far they go, what they do in every case, what they're getting more extreme with in every case. And even after they reach court settings, what they're doing. I think it's pretty apparent to all of us. And what sometimes defense attorneys are doing, and those named most likely to be arrested or put on trial, all this, what they're willing to do with them. Much like Leilani and, others. Because they know if you can hide everything, well, or chaos, you can fuck it up. Tamper with everything. Give other suspects, or be like, oh, Odinus in jail in Delphi, and Taillight and the cops set it up, and Karen Reed, and oh my gosh, and well, y'all are messing with fire. You aren't, and you don't realize. All of you may be having fun now, seeing it as entertainment until it worms into your, like, you showed up for a basic ticket in court one day and you don't have any fucking rights left because of how those have to be tampered down on for your safety and court safety. Yeah, in this area, but I don't know, y'all are playing with fucking fire. Watch it till entertainment, till it ain't entertainment, till it's in your real life every day. And then it'll affect you, and then you'll care. Sometimes some things outside of us are worth standing up for, even, a lot of people don't want to. They're not willing to. I get that. I can understand. There's a lot of people with a whole lot more to lose than I have. I can understand why they don't speak up, why they don't fight back, why they go silent so quick, or able to be blackmailed, targeted, tormented into. I get it. I've seen it happen. Like a whole lot of us have proof it's happening. Not just Summer's case, but many others. And sometimes there are things outside of ourselves that are worth sacrificing for. Well, I can understand why others can't or don't, but I can. Or I will. Not sure if that's a good thing or a personal. Little both. Either way, it is what it is. You just won't change me. I want shit like this stopped. I don't want any more families, victims, survivors, fighters, communities, witnesses, police. Yeah, I don't want to have it screw with like this ever again. Ever again. I don't want to see you as chatters and members as they're screwed with the way you are. Used, blackmailed, wrapped up in shit you didn't even realize was happening until you were already in it and it was too late and what you're being used for and it's scared shitless of. Being threatened or I don't want to see that. Also, things that always planned throughout my life. And it always done openly. And then speak out about DV. But at least in my free I can use it way on other platforms than just my prior social media to help other women and children out of the dark. Hopefully. Despite what they see here, it's probably terrified many into ending up in body bags. For what this group's done with so many abusers and how people salivate over watching abusers profit and flip and do whatever. No. And in the middle of all that, try to find answers, truth, light. Try to see if somebody out there hears something from one of our dumbasses and it goes, oh, with them and they have the key and they pick up the phone. I don't know. Every day you hope. You hope for the best. You hope tragedy pimps are held back a little bit more on each case they try to latch onto every day, and every night as they share out every Amber Alert or missing this or whatever that, and hope every time the reaction comes a bit firmer and stronger by Ellie and communities and families, and the pushback's a little quicker, and every day you hope somebody sees or hears and goes, you know what, that validates me and my experience, and oh my god, that is a thing, and oh my god, and they get away in time or they never get involved with an abuser or something else somewhere along those lines. Somebody breaks free. You hope every day that something here can be found, ferreted out, or somebody across the community or the world hears something, one of our idiot selves, or something here, somewhere in from one of the reporters, or and I'm talking about the real ones, the real investigative journalists, law enforcement, something, and it all combines somehow to drop maybe whatever's still needed loose. Or maybe as on other community members, because there are many that watch, listen, knows too that something here is the aha for them at some point. I just don't know. You have a great many things. As you walk through and you pick up your own little aha, you're like, oh, well, so this and that. And you have ways of verifying it because, well, we're us and y'all are you. And so we're like, oh, there's this shiny little pebble. Where the fuck did that come from this long after? But here it is, right? And then one of us puts something like that together, and then we speak on it in some else, and you find here's that piece put together, and like, oh, just anything. There's got to be some. I don't know, guys. All I know, really, is this place is down with the sick. It's down with the sick. Oh, and it ain't the vid, man. It ain't the vid. Anyway, guys, I think I'm off here. No, stupid cellophane. It was stuck to me. Stuck to me. Anyway, I think I'm off here. I feel dessert in my soul. I had nowhere to put it earlier. I feel dessert in my soul right now. Now, I know there's a few other pieces I meant to put here to line up everything, you know, but that thing over there and whatever, it ain't even work. And, meh. It'll all be what it is. It'll all be what it is. Um, and, also, though, I'd like to add a correction to Dummy and Lies and their YouTube blogger shit there, you know, through whatever, Jailhouse Slayer, garbage, whatever, but this is not a new one, this is just an extension. Because we're not gonna let fuck ups happen like last time and let things run out and be like, oh my god, and scrambling. So nothing more than an extension. But extended because of all the same occurrences for all the same. And so somebody needs to get their shit right before they start speaking on it. And notice who put all that crap out first. There's buffers and ways in which it's told, and now once again it's like crap for them. Yeah. And I'm just like, whatever. Same shit every cycle between the same month. Anyway, we'll figure out when to break their cycle next few days as far as the tragedy bits go. Let them flounder a bit with their currently drowning, clawing ways, because it seems like a few of them have been so ostracized even from the others that they can't get a claw hold into. And I think right now, I think quite a few are wondering, we're not the only state with missing children or high profile cases, but we have an abundance of them right now. And people are like, man, why are they doing this? It's because there's so many here. It's a feeding frenzy. I mean, like, astronomical. They can visit East Tennessee, have 3 or 4 here, right where Summers is, and then go down to West, and they have 2 or 3 there. So it's just back and forth for the whole crew, but it looks like they're not getting their little claws in as much as they'd like. All of them. And I do wish that. My heart breaks so bad for that father, right? Every time I hear him speak. Every time I hear him call his son's name. And know that these assholes are pulling him up on even to do interviews or promise him help, and he has no idea that this place is. And I hope officials in Italy are warning him further and further of what this group's capable of. And I think they are, with more than a few. Every case is like that, watching them get these people in around the same methods they used on all the same, oh my god, the Facebook accounts necessary to do all, it's playbook, man. But it's heart-wrenching to watch it be done to others, and you know what's happening to them, and you just want to scream, please don't go to these shit, please do not fall for it, please, just best thing they could actually do is start their own YouTube and speak on their own, if they're going to speak at all. Not go to any of these assholes. Not be drawn in under the guise of help, or this place is really going to do, or let us bring in our favorite boots on the ground groups that work in a good old fashion where they siphon up all the donations, and the searchers are trying to go out, the searchers are paid for by others or community, and nobody knows where all the bazillions go except the head guy. And we'd like your Cajun Navy, but can we plant one of our tragedy pimp player boots on the ground groups, Randy, that then will come back to YouTube and, sell us all the inside info? Weird how it seems to be 2 or 3 groups they always want in place in every case, ain't it? And other search groups that aren't in this place out. Y'all should probably start paying a very great deal of attention to that and who those are each time. And that's all I'm really going to say about it. Currently, pretty sure those where. Not all things are of it. Yeah. And, it's very much why they were trying to push the others out and everything, and I caught it the other day. It's and there it was. Now threats to them, I mean, like these people are something. These tragedy pimps and the way they operate each and every case. Called that shit the other day. Told y'all. And I know what the hell they're trying to do. That should be pretty apparent to y'all too. And who they're wanting put in the place of Cajun Navy. Can't imagine why. Some are willing to do the circuits around here and be all tippy tappy behind the scenes and inserting in and around law enforcement and real searchers to get all the shit to feedback. Panel ride. That's all I'm saying. And not ever really do much. Just leave it there. Yeah. Alright. So, like I said, I don't know. I meant to learn a bunch more pieces. Got distracted and did family stuff to do. And blah blah and jackasses and all kinds of weirdness tonight. Just like. But I've been sticking with where I need to be concentrated right now. And also kind of like let the flounders flounder to no hope of clawing back even once I release certain things. Nah, I don't know. Figure it out. And I know part of this current thing of the past few weeks has to do with that, because if you notice, that did not get scheduled until my post. That should also strike people as, one of those timing and dates. And then it moved. Mm-hmm. It's things like that that sort of matter. Me, I take it as blackmail threats. We're gonna help abuser if you don't XYZ. It's kind of the flavor on it again. We're gonna do XYZ to your children if you don't blah blah blah. Again, cycles. Yeah, it just has a flavor on it, man. Don't it? Yeah. It's it's all about that background, I suppose. Anyway, deserters call my name. No. Oh. My Hobbit and her 11s is broke. Killed me. I had to fix like 3 different things. And then I forgot what tomorrow is and well today now. Went ahead and fixed Tenderloin for it. Now I'm like, shit. Whoops. I don't know. I don't know what I did. I cooked enough for an army though. And then I went ahead and cooked general and everything so I could rest and do all these things every night for tomorrow, and I didn't even think about what tomorrow is. Other friend looks at me like, why'd you do that? I'm like, what do you mean? We're doing the things. I was like, what? Is that tomorrow? I don't know. I lost today in there somewhere. And so, I hope that holds for a bit. I don't know what to do with it. Anyway, but yeah. Oh, I did make these amazing parsley and garlic potatoes. They were banging. Anyway, I also did dessert, and I had nowhere to put it. I think I might now, though. So I'm gonna go for that and stay where focus needs to be in the upcoming weeks. Do what I need to do and get everything done, and hopefully little one Alan to a better and new life. Somewhere far, far away from here. Finally, where everybody can say what's free and what's not. Cannot in any way enact more wires, hold downs, boxes upon us ever again, no matter what stands or anything else. Just go. Just go. And that makes me happy. Y'all should see, look. Oh, these new glasses, yo. Oh, they're driving her crazy. She's like, man, it feels like walking on the moon. Keep being afraid like every sidewalk. I'm like, you got this, bro. Like, I keep just waiting. Like, her perception stuff. She's like, bro. Wow. I'm like, God, I'm afraid she's gonna fall or something. I feel like she's a toddler again. I'm like, you got this? We're out today in town. It's like, if you got it, please get over here on the inside and away from the outside edge of the sidewalk. Yeah. Anyway, there's never quite enough days with them. And they do grow in a blink of an eye. Anyway, gosh, just wish there was a button you could just press, raise them over and over and over. I do it a million times. I've been so lucky to be their mama. Anyway, you guys, I hope y'all are having a good night, good evening. I hope y'all have a happy or a merry or whatever Easter or whatever. No, that is actually from the bunny, so I'm serious, okay? Not just the holiday, but yes, one time I actually was the Easter bunny at the mall. Yep, it's one of my favorite pictures in the world. I was in the Easter bunny costume, and eldest was brought to me. He had no idea it was me inside the costume. He was probably the only kid that didn't pee on my leg that day. I think he might have felt little vibes like, hey, I think this might be my mama and the Easter bunny. I think he was probably the only kid that didn't pee on my leg that day. I don't recall any peeing on my legs. But, yeah, it was weird the odd jobs I took to make sure that one had it. But that is indeed one of my favorite pictures in the world. Him sitting on my lap, me as Easter Bunny in the mall. Them having no clue. Now, my child was weirdly terrified of the Easter bunnies. And like Walmart, other places, he was like, ah! You should have seen the first year. Oh, he was having none of it. But for me, that year he was very calm, did not mind the Easter bunny after. Even all the years after when it wasn't me and the Easter bunny. But yeah. Oh, stories by night. How I even got to work at the mall to do that every day. Pizza and hurdles had to go through just to do it. Side job. That is one of my favorite pictures. Anyway, and it was quite a few years later when the Easter Bunny went around. So I couldn't even tell him for like eons. It's like, hey, I had to keep that a secret. Plus, I couldn't come home with it, like, or be picked up and be anywhere near, like he couldn't show up and see me, like, just like most kids couldn't. So. But I had to keep it very quiet for years. People around me, they'd be like, hey, I'm like, shh, so couldn't even speak of it. It's a thing that shall not be named. But yeah, so from one bunny to the rest of you mamas out there, and grandmamas and aunties and such, and daddies and everybody else, they're gonna be hunting the eggs and doing all the things and dealing with the chocolate smeared faces and everything else and the eggshells over the house for the next millennium, the plastic ones and others alike, and some hidden eggs smelling here in 2 weeks, I hope you'll have an amazing day with your littles and your grandbabies and your nieces and nephews, and enjoy even the weird smell emanating from somewhere about the property in 2 weeks until you find the egg they left behind, alright? It'll be a good memory this time. Alright, you guys. Y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. Please do share the DV/universal hand signal for help. Alright. Canada does save lives. Out in public and in private, people can use it, tap devices, do it through screens. Those facing medical emergencies, all kinds of different crime and situations and disabilities can use that to reach out for help. As well as those, public abductions, kidnappings, SA events, all these things, okay? And, oh, you know what I want to show you? Because I'm not going to end this on a sad note. I can't do it. I know. I seem terribly sad, but I'm not terribly sad. Get rid of those joyous memories that just bring you to tears. Yeah. Yes. So this, hold on, I want to send it to other accounts, so don't. Where's that? I'll share a giggle with you. Hopefully. Okay. So this made me laugh. Little made me laugh. I'm doing what? Man, they forced me to update. How about you don't use that type of information, pal, buddy, guy? What is this? Fine. Meta. Alright. Seriously? I don't want to do that.
We are engaged to.
Okay.
News to share with you. Lord Weatherby has asked for my hand. We are engaged to be married. Your silence speaks volumes, for I couldn't help but notice you exchanging glances with my betrothed at the Duke's soiree last week. Enjoying your tea, Mr. Shuttingskin? Delightful blend, isn't it? Perhaps a bit of a kick to it. You know, I've been thinking lately about life, about friendship, about trust. It's such a fragile thing, isn't it? Just like these teacups, so easily shattered.
Stop playing with your food.
Yeah. Look, if you ever had these types of blizzards as we have, it's funny, okay? It's funny. They eat the shit out of it. It's funny. It's cute. It was adorable. And then we're laughing at this. Now, I don't know if y'all know who Trixie Mattel is. But they're right. But it reminded me of all these goofball tarot dowsing rod doofuses over here in the Bones ilk, and I just couldn't help but lose it. I was like, that's it, I'm getting a fucking Uno deck. This is hilarious, and I do love Trixie. Alright.
Get your future. I don't like that. The past is reverse. Your past, Mama, needs to be reversed. I'm kind of gagged that I pulled this.
That's crazy.
Your present is the number 8. Which can mean a lot of things. Spiders have 8 legs. Infinity.
Yeah.
These could be breasts. You could get a breast augmentation.
Oh, yep.
And your future.
What is it?
Your future is wild, sis. Your future is wild.
I just got red. You just
Girl,
read my
your
ass.
past needs to be rebirthed.
Man, I love it. I love it. I laughed so hard earlier. But it reminded me, I'm getting an Uno deck, and I'm gonna read all you bitches. And I'm gonna do it looking fabulous, like Trixie. Okay, maybe not as fabulous as Trixie, but I'm gonna try.
Look at your future. I don't like that. The past is reverse. Your past, Mama, needs to be reversed. I'm just kind of gagged that I pulled this.
That's crazy.
Your present is the number 8. Which can mean a lot of things. Spiders have 8 legs. Infinity.
Yeah.
These could be breasts. You could get a breast augmentation.
Oh, yep.
And your future.
What is it? What is it?
Your future is wild, sis. Your future is wild.
I just got red. You just read my ass.
Your past needs to be rebirthed.
I just love it. It makes me laugh. I'm getting a name today. Then y'all really fuck. I'm getting one fancy Google boxes or something, and I'm getting a Uno deck. Oh yeah. I'm gonna start a backup channel with that. Get one of those, like, what was his name in the Pee Wee Herman box? Oh my god. And I'm gonna sit on that channel, and I'm gonna be like, Uno. Uno, bitches. Be like, Douse. I see rolling hills. A fucking wooden bear. Goddamn blue couch. Fred said, Fred. I just can't. I'm putting pins on a map. Sorry. No, I'm not. I'm like. Anyway. So, yeah. Share to laugh. Alright. But y'all have a good Easter. Etc. Y'all. It took me forever to realize my children was messing with me this morning. There was a very late night shenanigan conversation happening, and like, you know, and that's the thing. I know I didn't lose that, because it's like, what are you doing for, etc., etc. And then somehow about a day when Little and I were doing the thing, I ended up fixing 3 meals, including for tomorrow, and forgetting that, well, today now, it's gonna be Easter, I don't know what else. So somewhere a few hours time I lost today and forgot. But anyway, so there was conversation. And then it went entirely over my head for a minute. But it went like, well, Walking Dead marathon and something else. I was like, okay, well, alright, have at it for Easter, yeah. And it took me a minute or two, and I was like, wait, was that a resurrection joke? Seriously? Yeah. Yep. I went back and revisited. I was like, that was a resurrection. Got one over on your mama for a minute. Like, it took her too long. I'm sorry. I'm old, get off my lawn. I get it now. They're definitely mine. No, we do have weird sense of humor. But anyway, I do love them. Memories. So anyway, yep. Alright guys. I'm gonna leave it there for the night. I'm gonna leave it there for the night. But anyway, y'all share the DV/universal hand signal for help. Alright. And as always, please do share Summer's picture information. Call her by her name. And as you spend time with your own families and loved ones and little nieces and nephews and things today, put out little Easter eggs for her. And I don't mean that in a virtue signal and go actually do eggs. I mean that. Share her picture information. Call her by her name. You know what? Interactive. Yeah, it is rock things all the time. It's a continual thing right now. I wonder if there's some way to get wraps to where you could heat dry them onto those little rocks that then people take pictures of and they're like, hey, I found this rock. Plant those like little Easter eggs, you know. But that would be a year-long thing, and then it would be shared on social media. It's an idea. And it is an idea. I'm gonna think about that. Anyway, take time and think about Summer just a little bit. She's still out here somewhere. She's still out here somewhere. She needs to be found too. Alright. So anyway, you guys, y'all know my spiel around the info types that should be shared with her picture and information. Have you any pets? It's cool. But I don't know, being able to like maybe get some of it, you know what I'm talking about? Like you do the cellophane wraps over and getting her information and picture and everything put on it. And being able to like blow dry those like rocks very shrink to them. And then that way, and having it scanned where it goes to information for, you know, the TBI and the Q&A section, whatever, for those who pick it up, come across it, plus they'll be able to see your image on it, you know what I mean? And then to say, hey, I found this, and then obviously in order to do that game, you have to do those parts of it, and they leave a rock, and that's the errand. I'm happy to hear that, Nepets. maybe we can find a way to continue something further to where it has her picture in that same thing you've been doing, apparently. Sort of like the geocaching, you know. And I don't know if you've seen it, but we have like a rock thing. I don't know, it's across the nation. I know we started for different reasons. I don't know. It was a thing, but now they do it all year long. It's only supposed to be done at certain times. Now it's just an all year long thing. I wonder where you could get those made at, printed out at, manufactured, and then send them out to others, especially during festivals or purposeful hunts or things like, they're happening because they do the purposeful rock events. Then there's the year long ones that they do all over the place, like here. You could do that and include other children as well and make sure that they could be scanned with phone code, and led to not tragedy pimp goofball bullshit, but to National Center for Missing and Exploited Children and TBI and FBI, Q&A for Summer and the others, and this that they have up. So, I want to think about it. Anyway, guys, y'all enjoy your days today, and maybe I should hold up on dessert coming. Nah, I'll have 45 desserts if I feel like it. I'm gonna get them on. Anyway, y'all have good days. Enjoy the little ones and all the eggs and all the chocolatey faces, and y'all, if you're the bunnies out there getting your leg peed on, enjoy that too. It don't last forever. I promise. Alright. But y'all have a good day. I'm Little Blue Speck and Vast Cosmos. Live long and prosper, my dudes. Much love.